I found a YouTube series that's just explaining lore. And that's, I think, what I'm going to do for a while today. Still be questing. I don't think the visuals are too important. Once I get in here and turn the volume down of this game. Is the volume even being tracked? Huh, why is it so quiet through stream? No. Oh, okay. What am I looking for? System. Father Fairy, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Forton into battle. Pray do us this honor. Has to be glamored, huh? This I'll track story time as if it's music. I look dumb as hell in this armor.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
A large scale battle in which all allied companies of Uldan, Gridani, and Laminsian forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces.
A reboot and at present. Final Fantasy XIV is a sprawling, thoughtful story spanning across a base game, a reboot, and at present, 3 expansions. There's so much content, and all of it is truly important to the tale the devs are trying to tell. And for those of you who are looking to jump into the game and fall in love with a new MMO adventure, it might seem a little overwhelming. Because at its core, Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG first and foremost, so joining up now might seem like you've already missed out on so much. But I'm here to tell you, you haven't. You can still join in on the fun. And if you're kind of worried about being lost, consider this video series my attempt at an easily accessible primer to the game world. I hope this will serve new players looking to catch up, and might be a fun way for longtime fans to refresh themselves on key plot points. Now, if you follow me for a long time, you know in a former life I used to be a history teacher. So I'm gonna try and tackle this the same way I would try to teach a class on the subject. We're gonna break it down, try to deliver all the things you need to know without getting in the minutia and also spoiling major plot reveals. I figure to preserve the fun of actually playing the game, we just don't want to say all the facts we know right away, and instead we'll reveal them over time as they would be revealed in the story. So, if during this video or any others, you, as a person, let's say in 5.5, think, wait a minute, actually what happened was, the reason I am either being vague or leaving out information is because I'm trying not to spoil it for the new players. You understand? Anyway, enough introduction, let's begin our first lesson, the world you're playing in. The world of Final Fantasy XIV is called Hydaelyn, a land blessed by a magical staple of the Final Fantasy franchise, the crystal. Now, if you've never played a Final Fantasy game, you don't need to worry. The crystal, just like chocobos or moogles or whatever, is just a trope of the franchise. None of the Final Fantasy games are actually connected in any important manner. However, Final Fantasy XIV does pay homage to those games that came before it in some very fun and fan-servicey ways. But none of it is important to the story. All you need to know is that there's a magical crystal, also called Hydaelyn, that bestows the blessing of light upon your character, giving you the fantastical powers you possess. And this crystal is connected to the planet, or star as it's often called in game. Just know that every time they mention our star, they mean the planet. Anyway, it's connected to the planet, or star, through this mystical force called ether. For longtime Final Fantasy fans, think of it like the life stream. Or for Star Wars fans, it would be the Force. It flows through the land, and it is both nature and magic. Things are born from it, and when we die, we return to it. It's just a creative way of explaining where the major elements and magics come from, and it can sometimes leave behind crystallized versions of itself that can be used in everything from the complexity of fast traveling across the world to building a simple bookcase. And so, you might logically think that this means all the peoples of the world worship the ether and the crystal, and that's definitely not the case. This star, our world, is filled with a wide variety of peoples and cultures, all with their own customs and beliefs. They have their own religions and deities, and they worship in their own ways, or don't worship anything at all. So while yes, there is this magical crystal, and there is the ether, there is also the passage of time, and different cultures developed differently, and the game tackles all of that. In our part of the world, where much of our story takes place, for example, we've got the 12, which are a group of ancient deities, each associated with an element in a calendar month. When you make your character, you even select which of these 12 you're born under. And in other parts of the world, they don't give a damn about the 12. But behind it all, in the background, is the crystal and the ether, and that's how it all works. Because no matter what beliefs the people have, the presence of the crystal and crystals in the world still hold great power. They are revered as a way of connecting to their deities. This power can allow tribes of men or beasts with enough resolve to literally summon forth a type of elemental god called a primal. These creatures could be the deities they're worshiping, or they could be something else. But either way, they are powerful and dangerous because they feed off the devotion of those around them, tempering mortal souls to their will and feeding off the ether. Basically, making mortals mind-controlled slaves to the primals. But even with that danger, many people are determined to make the sacrifice, be it out of need or some other cultural importance. And the reason I'm bringing all this up right now and just bombarding you with all this is because this isn't one of those games where everyone and everything is segmented from each other until you buy a new expansion. These different races and different peoples from far-flung cultures and international locations, they aren't unknown to you. From the moment you start the game, you hear tales of far-off lands. You know legends and histories of other kingdoms. It's all connected. And as you go on your adventures, you'll meet people from these places long before you actually go there in a future expansion. I once had a conversation with a friend about why the trailer for the upcoming expansion Endwalker was so exciting when, in his words, it just seemed like a series of locales with not much story. I had to explain to him the reason fans were so excited was because for years we've heard of these places, we've met people from these places, but now we finally get to go to them. It's like knowing Japan exists, wanting to visit Japan, and then finally getting the chance. It's exciting. So I think before we get into the who, when, and why of Final Fantasy XIV's history, we should take a look at where, because it's important and neat to know. Final Fantasy XIV's world consists of 5 major continents, but the current version of the game only really takes place on 3 that are connected together, seen here. This, from left to right, is Aldenard, Ilsobard, and Othard. Othard, or the Far East as it's often referred to, is home to several important nations in our story. The first is the island nation of Hingashi, which is kind of like a Japanese analog, or as I lovingly call it, Anime Japan. It's a reclusive island chain ruled over by what is essentially a shogunate, with a past that potentially stretches all the way back to the ancient Allegan Empire, which is something we'll talk about later. Its biggest port, Kugane, is open to trade with the rest of the world, but honestly, most of the island chain remains a mystery to outsiders. To the west, on the mainland of Othard, is the nation of Doma, or sort of a China analog. Located in a region known as Yangxia, its kingdom sits on the One River, which provides the Domans with all they need for their way of life. In Yangxia's north is the Azim Steppe, occupied by a wide array of nomadic tribes, basically a Mongolia analog. South of Doma lies the nation of Dalmasca and its capital of Rabanastre. For Final Fantasy fans, this is a huge fan servicey thing just for you. Spanning the deserts of the east to the jungles of the west, Dalmasca is situated at a crossroads of international trade between Othard and its continental neighbor to the west, Ilsabard. So let's talk about Ilsabard, the second major continent. Not much is actually known about it at present. Look at the map itself. Most of it's covered with clouds to symbolize this lack of knowledge. But what is known is that it is ruthlessly controlled by the Garlean Empire. Its capital, seated in the northern reaches of the continent, the Garleans will play a major role in things to come. So we'll come back to them. To the oceans in the south is Thavnair with its city-state of Razathan, a colorful nation of traders and crafters who have maintained their independence from Garlean rule due to a strict policy of non-interference. The island sort of serves as a waypoint for travelers between east and west. And finally, this brings us to the third continent, Aldenard, the main focus of our game. Now, a lot of times in the game, you're going to see people talk about Eorzea and Aldenard, and they're going to be interchangeable. The best way to think of this is like Great Britain and England. Eorzea is the whole thing, while Aldenard is just this part. In the Northwestern Ocean is what is known as the Old World, a series of islands where at the heart is the isolationist nation of scholars, Sharlayan, or as it's sometimes known, Old Sharlayan. Revering those who devote their lives to study, this nation of academics rarely involves itself in the affairs of other nations. In fact, it mostly just hoards knowledge for itself. Its governing council, the Forum, is secret and selective about what knowledge it allows to be released into the world and how it's disseminated. On the total opposite end is Alamigo. Prosperous from its early days of salt trade, the nation became a mighty force, and some say the most powerful military in all of Aldenard. For years, they were a strong bulwark in the east against the forces of the Garlean Empire, leading to a proud and stubborn people. The north of Aldenard is ruled by the theocratic Ishgard. Its holy see rules over the lands of Kurthis and puts faith above all else. Controlled by the church, but maintained by 4 high houses, it's basically Game of Thrones. Backstabbing and intrigue, while vying for control over what little the church does not possess. And although they are neighbors to the other Eorzean nations, their attention is drawn north to Dravania, home of dragons. For 1,000 years, they have waged war on the Dravanian horde, and it continues to this very day. Between Ishgard and Alamigo lies Gridania. Set deep within the forests of the Twelveswood, Gridania is one of the 3 starting cities. They're a nation focused on agriculture and harmony with nature, a place where Moogles flutter about in the same dark forests as terrible monsters. Led by a council of seedseers, or magical conjurers who can hear the elements, it's a place of reflection and connection with the ether. To the west, on the island of Vilbrand, again, part of Eorzea, not Aldenard, is the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa, another one of your starting city choices. The nation of pirates, as it's called, was formed from an alliance of rival crews who sought to end the bloodshed. But in recent years, the nation sort of seeks to move away from its plundering past. And finally, in the southern deserts, the last starting city, Ul'dah, an affluent culture of merchants and miners, teeming with unimaginable wealth and unthinkable poverty. Ul'dah finds itself at an inflection point, making it the focus for much of the game's story. Although the city-state is technically controlled by a sultanate, the true power is held by the Syndicate, a cabal of mostly wealthy businessmen. And that's the 3 main continents. I know, it is a lot, but thankfully you can revisit this video, rewind, do whatever. If you have any questions, hey, that's what comments are for. But I did mention there were 5 continents. The 2 others, Miracidia and the mysterious New World, are not on any current version of the map. The way I've always thought of it is if you look at the map, it kind of looks like Earth, right? And you can see the 3 major continents are kind of like where Africa, Europe, and Asia would be. then Meracidia would be Australia, or maybe Antarctica, and the New World would be the Americas. I also say this because in-game, there are hints about what's going on in the New World, and it all sounds very similar to the native peoples and cultures from the Americas in Earth's history. Meracidia, on the other hand, is a place where men and dragons and a centaur race and tree-like creatures thrived. They had their own religions and cultures, and were in the past protected by the elder dragon Bahamut. But, like I said, that was in the past. Well, you made it. You finally got here. We had to go through geography, but now it's time to take a deep dive into the ancient history of the world of Hydaelyn. With this information in your back pocket, I promise you, you will have all the fundamental knowledge you'll need to tackle anything else I make on this channel about the game, and honestly, probably most other channels and what they make as well. So to start, and I know this is going to be confusing, so just bear with me. It was confusing for me when I first learned it, but I'm here to walk you through it. The past is described in Final Fantasy XIV in the terms astral and umbral eras. And so those concepts, astral and umbral, can get kind of confusing because in the game, they're connected to crystals and elements and pretty much everything. And having been a new player once, I too, even having read everything, was like, what the hell? Let me simplify. Astral means active, while umbral means passive. We can get into a lot more detail, and if you want that video, just ask in the comments below. Let me know if you want me to deep dive astral, umbral, but just active, passive. And when it comes to talking history, it's even easier. Just think Golden Age versus Dark Age. Astral eras are mostly defined by civilizations rising and technology advancing, until a terrible calamity occurs, resulting in an umbral era or a time of recovery, until eventually it is followed by a new astral era. Our world, this star, Hydaelyn, has moved between these eras 6 times in recorded history before the start of our game, each tied to a different element. And I say recorded history because long, long ago, before the first astral and umbral era, was the time of the 12. This was a time of those larger-than-life heroes or gods. Honestly, we don't really know. What we do know is that long ago, they took up residence in Eorzea, and the people of Eorzea revere them. However, warring tribes and magical beings and primals abound. And all this warring, it angered the 12 so much, they left the world and wiped it clean with wind, creating the first umbral era. It was a dark time for those who were left behind, but the remaining peoples of the world were forced to rebuild and start over. It was during this time also that dragons first appeared, and eventually the world would recover. Although it isn't known why, the first astral era came to an end in a calamity of lightning. The skies darkened and mankind was forced underground. But it's also thought during this time, due to the prayers of the hopeless, that the first magics began to take shape. When it comes to the second astral and umbral eras, not much is really known about them, except that it was a time of twisted religion and bloody holy wars, and so in a very fitting way, its calamity was one of fire. But from out of the ashes of the third umbral era, rose the Allegan Empire. The empire, more commonly known as Alleg, was founded by Emperor Zonde roughly 5,000 years before the start of the game. It's this empire that, much like the empires of Persia, Rome, Britain, the Mongols, or Ottomans, basically like all the major empires in Earth's history, would shape Hydaelyn's future. Its reach and power quickly grew, spanning the 3 major continents and potentially the entire world. However, the people of Meracidia, under the protection of Bahamut, like we talked about, refused to surrender to Zonde's forces. And although he tried numerous times to invade, he would not live to see a victory, or even the height of his great empire. But it did continue to grow after his death. Its technological and magical power soon accelerated at an unprecedented rate, and as it did, so did its research into ether and its manipulation, allowing them to wield it for all sorts of things, like the construction of weapons to even the creation of life. They developed automatons and biotech and flying ships and eventually spacecraft. But, like all great empires, it eventually grew stagnant. To restore it to its former glory, a technologist and magician named Amon sought to clone and revive Zonde in hopes he would bring strength back to the Empire in the form of an immortal leader. And so, long after his death, the reborn Zonde quickly did just that. And the Allegan Empire continued once more on the warpath to expansion, his sights set on Mericidia and revenge. Once more, his armies descended on the peoples of Mericidia, but this time, exponentially more powerful than before. However, the combined forces of men and dragon stopped Alec's advance by turning to their gods, known at the time as icons, but what we would call primals. You know, those things we talked about earlier that can be summoned to existence with enough ether and crystals and devotion. So they summoned their icons and once again pushed Alec back. Zonde, furious with his impending defeat, turned to murdering his mages until they discovered a way to deal with these icons. The result was a process by which an icon could not only be captured, but used to power Allegan technology, keeping the primal god alive and in the physical plane for as long as they needed. And so the Allegans captured these primal gods and turned their power back against the Mericidians. This, of course, pissed off their guardian Bahamut, who smashed the Allegan forces and pushed them back once again. And so, of course, the fury of Zonde spurred the Allegans to search for a means to victory, leading them to research more dark and twisted means to defeat the Mericidians. This deep dive into the darker waters of ethereal research led them to the Void, a shadow realm outside our own. This would be Zonde's advantage, to unleash creatures of the Void, or as they'd come to be called, Void Sent. These would be things like imps and demons and all sorts of dark monsters. They could possess the dead, twist the weak, and lay waste to Mericidia. And so they did. Mericidia fell, much of it rendered to a wasteland, and finally Bahamut was captured. But he would not be killed. Instead, he was to be imprisoned for all eternity in an orbital space station, drawing solar ether from the sun to a conducting crystal tower on the surface. His defeat and enslavement would power a new age for the Allegan Empire. But victory achieved, Zonde soon fell into a melancholy from atop his throne at the peak of the crystal tower. He reflected on his death, his new life, and the seemingly pointlessness of existence. One day, all he had created would be gone. All of his grand schemes would fade to nothing. And so, he once more reached out to the Void, and in his despair, drew a sentient mass of void to his side, the Cloud of Darkness. Together, the two formed a pact to unleash the cloud onto the world of Hydaelyn. Obviously, this didn't sit well with the many peoples of the Allegan Empire, or the world in general. Revolts and uprisings began to take place all over the Empire. Refusing to give up on his plan and in a desperate attempt to force open the portal to the Void and fulfill his pact, Zonde directed all of Alec's etherical energy to the tower, but it was unable to hold it, bringing about the fourth umbral calamity, a massive earthquake that swallowed the crystal tower and brought the Allegan Empire to ruin. The fourth umbral era saw the complete collapse of Allegan society. Technology was lost to time, and when the fourth astral era came about, the reformed societies lacked nearly all of the advancements of the prior ages. A calamity of ice is what ended this age, bringing about the fifth umbral era, but allowing for more races of men and beasts to move freely and migrate across the frozen seas. The fifth astral age was one of great importance and saw the rediscovery of magic. It was during this time that the sorceress Shatoto discovered black magic, setting in motion events that would again alter the world. And as magic and its use expanded, three great nations arose, each using magic as an engine to power their growth. The first was Mach, founded in what would now be somewhere around here. It was there that Shatoto would delve deeper into spellcraft and create the first black mages, their powers only increasing as they began to access the Void, and once again, unleash its terrible power on Eorzea. The next was Amdapor, a nation located right around here.
Heck. Why am I hearing scratchy echo?
In response to Mock's growing dark powers, they created white magic. Now, to clarify, just like all things in Final Fantasy XIV, black versus white magic isn't necessarily evil versus good or damage versus healing. It's all about how you use it. Sure, white mages are known for healing, but they can also use powers like Holy to devastate the enemy. And the last nation was the Scholars of Nim, which would be somewhere around here. There isn't much known about Nim, how or why they were founded, but what is known is that they tried mostly to keep to themselves. It appears most of their magic was developed for defensive purposes. And so, of course, based on how I described the previous two nations, it would be obvious why the people of Nim would want to keep to themselves, because it wouldn't be long before war broke out between Amdapor and Mock. But the poor Nimians, despite their best efforts, were unable to stay out of the conflict, because the Maki figured if they ever joined the enemy, they could be a real threat. So they unleashed a mysterious illness called the Green Death upon them. And just like that, there were only two nations left. And so the War of the Magi, as it would be called, raged on. The heavy use of elemental magics began to throw the world out of balance. The Maki, desperate to end the war once and for all, summoned forth a king among the Void Sent, Diabolos, to destroy Amdapor's city. But using the power of white magic, the Amdapori managed to lock the creature away and prevent what they thought would be a coming calamity. But it turns out all of this use of elemental magics triggered one neither nation had foreseen. As the two battered each other with elements like fire and wind and earth and lightning to power their spells, they drained the land of that ether, and it tipped its elemental balance in favor of water, causing the sixth umbral calamity, a great flood. The realm and both nations were devastated. But it was this calamity that would see rise to the city-states we know in Eorzea today. In fact, it's thought a few Maki escaped the calamity and ended up founding the city of Belladia, which would eventually lead to Ul'dah, and soon the other city-states and nations we know today. Now, I'm sure at this point, a few of you are wondering, Jesse, my dude, great lore, but what was the point of all that? Well, in this game, when it comes to any and all trouble, it's usually caused by one of four things. It's either something terrible the Alligans did way back when, or something left over, a remnant from the War of the Magi, or something from the Garlean Empire. Which brings us to the last bit of lore for this video, Garlemald. The current and biggest threat to everyone who just wants to go fishing and chocobo race. The Garleans, pure-blood Garleans, cannot use magic. Long ago, their ancestors fled north after a terrible accident destroyed their home, and for thousands of years, they existed as a small nation in northern Ilsabard. And as I'm sure you've noticed from what we've talked about, most growth as a nation up until this point came from wielding ether in its various forms. And like I said, the Garleans simply could not. Then 50 years ago, Solus Zosgalvis, a brilliant leader and soon to be first emperor, discovered something called ceruleum, a powerful source of energy found in abundance on Ilsabard. Think of it like glowy oil. This great discovery brought technological change to the Garleans unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. In a single generation, he managed to create a continent-spanning empire and a new type of ceruleum-powered machine, Magitech. To say this quick ascension to power affected the egos of the Garleans would be an understatement. They came to believe themselves to be superior to all other races. They ascended so quickly with no help from magic. And so, with this attitude and the Imperial war machine, they soon turned their gaze to the rest of the world. Under the pretense of bringing the more barbaric races into the fold and ending dangerous religions and the practice of summoning elemental primals, they would expand east into Othard, conquering Doma and Dalmasca. With little resistance and their only major threat, Alamigo, on their border, they next sought to conquer Aldenard. And so, 20 years prior to the start of our story, they would attack Alamigo. Suffering from all sorts of problems and internal strife of its own, Alamigo fell quickly to the Empire. Its people outcast or forced into servitude, the great might of their nation in ruins. Now, nothing stood in the way of Garlemald's invasion of Eorzea. It's this invasion that would serve as the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV version 1.0. And so those are the three major obstacles you'll face as the Warrior of Light. So to summarize, Hydaelyn is both a planet, star, and crystal, the patron of you, the Warrior of Light. That crystal is connected to the ether that flows through everything. That ether can be used to create magics, weave spells, make all sorts of things. And using that ether in the past, we've seen great nations rise and fall, empires span the entire planet, and then disappear in a calamity. And all of that history, and now the Garleans, will comprise the three major threats that you face as the Warrior of Light. Oh, wait, did I say there was a fourth? I guess we'll have to save them for the next video. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for cramming all this lore into your brain, and hopefully it was worth a like or a share to a friend. I've got 2 more lore videos coming, one about 1.0, one about the reboot Realm Reborn. I hope you will come back and watch those. This has been a ton of fun to work on, and I can't wait to show you the rest. Thanks for joining me on this adventure, and 5,000 years. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our deep dive into the lore of Final Fantasy XIV for beginners. Our 2 previous videos in this series tackled the ancient history and origins of our tale, as well as defined some terms and ideas from the game. But now, it's time for the story. So sit back, relax, and let me regale you with the story of Final Fantasy XIV before A Realm Reborn. So, you're probably saying, Jesse, how on earth are you going to cover an entire MMORPG story in a short and concise way that won't waste hours of our time? Well, while 1.0 is the introduction to many of the characters we know and love, it really was the tale of 2 Imperials. Nael van Darnus, the White Raven, and Gaius van Belsar, the Black Wolf. If these 2 seem like some pretty scary guys, they should. They're some of the best the Empire has, and the ones spearheading its war machine. As I mentioned in the previous history video, 50 years prior to the start of A Realm Reborn, the Garleans began their rise to power and conquest of the world, culminating in the great victory over Alamigo. And it was the competing visions of these 2 men on what to do next that would decide not only the fate of Eorzea, but the world. You see, the Garlean Empire's first conquests were the nations of the East, and it was there they learned the awesome power of the Primals, these summoned magical beings that we discussed previously in another video. These Primals inflicted so much damage to the war effort that it became the primary goal of all future Imperial campaigns to prevent their summoning, especially so on the now opening Western Front. It was this fear that drove the Empire. How do we defeat our enemies when they have access to magics and powers that we do not? It's what drove their technological advancements and tactical decisions. It's what sparked their desire to unearth the secrets of the long-lost Allagan Empire and derive any advantage they could from them. And the result was Project Meteor. This is where Nael van Darnus comes in. A ruthless man, a descendant of one of the Empire's founders and commander of the 7th Legion. He was, in fact, so ruthless that he drew the attention of the Emperor. But the Emperor's interests were much deeper than his commander's skills. It was reported that Nael's family history stretched all the way back to the Allagans. And again, if you need a refresher on them, go check the History of Hydaelyn video. So, to the south, deep in the heart of Bosja, the Empire began testing Allagan artifacts donated by House Darnus, with the knowledge that long ago the Allagans had not only found a way to deal with the Primals, but also defeat them. And the Empire, through this, discovered that Dalamud, the smaller second red moon, was in fact not a celestial body, but an ancient satellite of Allegan creation, a powerful weapon to unleash on Eorzea. However, just days before the plan's approval, the program's chief scientist, Midas Nangarlan, began his attempts to contact the satellite to confirm their theories, which were almost immediately proven true, as the immense power trapped within the satellite for 5,000 years was unleashed on Baja, destroying the city, the research, the Empire's top scientists, and countless Allegan artifacts and records. And that seems like it would have been the end for Project Meteor, with the Emperor losing interest in a power he couldn't control, but not for Nael. His house would not be shamed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Eorzea, Gaius van Belsar, legatus or high-ranking general of the 14th Legion and man responsible for the fall of numerous cities, took control of Alamigo. With the Empire's major military threat in Eorzea conquered, things should have proceeded without trouble against the weaker remaining city-states. But repercussions of the failure at Baja were far-reaching. Midas Nangarlan's son, Cid, and one of Gaius's wards, a brilliant mind in his own right, defected to the Eorzeans with the knowledge of what horrors the Empire was prepared to unleash on the world in the name of conquest. With one of the greatest scientific minds of the Empire now gone, and with him untold knowledge of their plans, Gaius pushed ahead with his invasion, one that would surely make any aid Cid could provide moot, and finish off any Eorzean resistance swiftly and completely. He would launch the entirety of his fleet at the heart of the continent, Mordona, a place not only located centrally between all the city-states to cut them off from one another, but also the nexus of all the ethereal energies of the realm, seemingly flowing into the nearby Silvertear Lake. To the Empire, this was a land of little more than strategic importance, but to those who lived on the land, it was a place of magic and mystery and great power. Gaius, fearing his enemies might use this etherical energy to summon primals or in some other way draw the Empire into a long and bloody conflict, chose to ignore the legends of the land, the tales of this mysterious place's power. One such legend being the tale of the lake's guardian, the father of all dragons, Midgardsormr. As legend would have it, long, long ago, the father of dragons was made the guardian of the lake by the 12, the ancient pantheon of gods and protectors of Eorzea that we discussed in a previous video. And now the Empire would learn those legends were true. With the full force of the 14th Legion bearing down on Silvertear, the guardian surfaced. Summoning forth his dragon children, he laid waste to the Imperial airships. Coiling his own body around the capital ship, he brought it down to the earth, scattering the remaining 14th Legion. The Empire was routed. But as Midgardsormr roared with triumph, the cerulean fuel cells in the fallen capital ship ignited, destroying it, Midgardsormr, and in a brilliant flash turning the lands of Mordona into a crystallized wasteland. Gaius had been defeated, not by the armies of man, but by a totally unexpected force, his hubris leading to an imperial retreat back to Alamigo and a halt to their invasion. Not only did this defeat serve to embolden the city-states of Eorzea, but also its beastmen tribes, who found the new crystallized Mordona an easy means to summoning their primal deities. If anything, Gaius's actions had made it worse. The remnants of the 14th would set about constructing a massive, fortified barrier to hide themselves behind, known as Belsar's Wall. And from behind it, they would wait for an opportunity to present itself. And it appeared that that opportunity would be grasped by another. Nael, still reeling from his failures, seeing the war effort stalled, caught the ear of the Emperor once more, with claims of mastering the ability to control the Allegan satellite. And so, on his orders, the Emperor authorized the renewal of the Meteor Project, giving Nael and the 7th Legion complete control over the 14th, and Gaius in the Imperial war effort. Eorzea would fall, no matter the cost. All was not well with the city-states, however, as their victory over the Empire would have its own grim consequences. The Beastmen tribes, who before were a nuisance, had now become a major threat. The Sharlians, who had insisted on maintaining a peace, brokering deals and neutrality, and who for some time had maintained a colony on the Eorzean mainland, would finally abandon it, its scholarly inhabitants returning to their island homeland in order to avoid what was sure to be more bloodshed. Ishgard, the theocracy to the north, would pull their forces back to continue their unending war with the dragons, who were now without their progenitor, Midgard. And soon, even relations between Ul'dah, Gridania, and Limsa would sour, the Eorzean alliance existing now in merely name more than function. It was in this time of uncertainty that the Adventurers Guild was formed, a way to give former soldiers and those with the taste for the dangerous a role to play in this new Eorzea. This is finally where you come in, an adventurer, seeking fame or fortune or maybe just a little fun. But this is Final Fantasy, so you know that won't last long. Because back in Charlian, talented mage and distinguished scholar Louisoix Levelier and a collection of his prized pupils, scholars who had gained the title of Archon, would form the Circle of Knowing, a secret group that would oppose the Charlian Forum's non-intervention and set out to save Eorzea, not just from the Empire, but from something far worse. Well versed in ancient legends, Louisoix was aware of the prophecy which foretold of the coming of the 7th Umbral Calamity. For more info on what the calamities are and how bad they can get, see the previous history video. Working behind the scenes, Louisoix dispatched Thancred Waters to Ul'dah, Y'shtola Rule to Limsa, and Papalimo and Yida to Gridania, in order to convince the city-states to take the offensive to the Empire. Now, if that sounds kind of familiar to those of you who have played A Realm Reborn, it's because it's roughly the same thing over again in that game. You meet all these characters in the same places, roughly trying to do the same thing. They're just reintroduced to you all over again. So we're not gonna deep dive into all of that here. We'll save that for the Realm Reborn video. Now, having said all that, there's actually one thing I really should include right here that will definitely come back in A Realm Reborn, but for our purposes, it starts right here. And that's the Echo. The Echo is a gift or a curse, whatever it is, it's something that began to appear after the Battle of Silvertear Lake. Those who were granted the Echo bear witness to a star shower from a burning sky and hear a mysterious voice calling to them. They're granted the memories of others and disturbing visions, none of which they have control over when it happens or how it happens. A great example can be seen early on in the 1.0 trailer where the main character is suddenly whisked away while talking to his friends. Then, after the vision ends, is right back where he was. To be clear, this is an incredibly rare thing. There are other characters you'll meet in the world that have it, but it is very few. This is where Minfilia, who we'll meet again in A Realm Reborn, comes in. Her role in 1.0 is as the leader of a group who attempts to support and protect those affected by the Echo. But again, we'll meet her and all the other Archons and talk about the Echo again in A Realm Reborn. Now back to the story. While the others ventured to the city-states, Urianger traveled to the countryside, spreading the word of the Dark Prophecy far and wide, and while it earned him some contempt because no one wants to hear about the end of the world, it was secretly a plan to draw the attention of the Empire. If they were to pursue this heretical doomsayer, it would draw their eyes away from Louisoix's other plans. One of which was to figure out what the Beastmen were up to and why they were summoning primals, and more importantly, how they learned to do it in the first place. Enlisting the help of the students of Baldessian, another group of scholars from Charlian, to research the primal phenomenon, we learn that summoning primals requires a vast amount of ether. Ether being the essential building block for all magic and life, and using it in such high quantities, they would begin to drain it from the world itself, leaving the planet devoid of life. And for some reason, they were being taught to do this by a secretive group called the Ascians. But we're gonna stop that line of inquiry right now because I'm gonna keep it cryptic. Like I said in the last video, while the men of the Empire and Eorzea wage wars, there are those in the shadows who are up to no good. Anyway, moving quickly along, while the Empire hid behind Belsar's wall, the Archons would not only try to warn the people of Eorzea of an impending calamity, but also try to impress on its leaders the importance of stopping the Beastmen and a potentially worse threat. Backing the Archons in their endeavor was Sid Garland and his new advancements in technology given to the Eorzeans after his defection. He would be indispensable not only in this, but in the coming days, knowing of Neil Van Darnus' desire to bring down Dalamid. So your adventurer goes from aiding the people of the city-states to joining with the Circle of Knowing in an attempt to stop the Beastmen before they do too much damage to the world. And although you overcome one of the tribes and their Fire Lord Ifrit, perched above the battle is the White Raven's airship. The Imperial having observed your struggle. Entreating you to speak with him, Nail warned of a threat that loomed over not just Eorzea, but the entire world. That's what Eorzeans didn't understand. The Empire merely wanted to save the savage nations of the world, unite them under one banner, and protect them from the same prophetic danger that Urianger spoke of. But you're the hero, so no way were you interested in listening to a most villainous monologue, and you told that guy to go kick rocks. Which, in hindsight, probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. Nail unleashed a mysterious dark power, rupturing the ethereal currents, saturating the area with ether. And although you managed to survive, in one fell swoop, Nail has made all of your efforts futile. The Beastmen now have access to more ether than ever before. Ifrit would return, and perhaps stronger than ever. But this action baffled Louisoix. Why would a soldier of the Empire do this? Their whole objective was to stop the Primals and prevent their summoning. Surely this went against the Empire's entire reason for the initial invasion. It was Cid and his team at the Ironworks who discovered the truth. The Aether of the Realm was in chaos. No longer did it flow towards Silvertear Lake like it had done in the past. Now, just like in the days of the Allagan Empire, it rose skyward towards Dalamud. The situation became more dire with the discovery that the Empire had secretly taken Mordona while you were dealing with the Primals. A group of Alamegan resistance fighters seeking revenge decide to attack the Imperial position at Silvertear and steal an airship, thinking it relatively unguarded. But upon arrival, the entire force is killed. And you come face to face with Gaius, now serving under Nail. Mordona had in fact become a staging ground for the final phase of Van Darnus's plan, a lunar transmitter, a way to contact and control the Red Moon. With it, Dalamud would break free from its orbit and decimate Eorzea. Luckily, with the help of your friends, you managed to escape Gaius and the secret Imperial force. But in your escape, the Imperial sees potential. Because something has changed in Nail. Gaius noticed it, despite all the soldiers under his command being taken by the White Raven's zeal. He hasn't. It isn't until you meet Nail again that you yourself notice the change. Now he mocks.
Happening. Sounds getting weird again.
The Emperor's goals. The event. Unfolding were not simply a means to conquer Eorzea, but to him, the culmination of a life's work. But to what end? Louisoix once again turns to Cid, a man who has always had close ties to the origins of the Meteor Project. Meanwhile, you and the Circle of Knowing work to unite the city-states for an attack on Mordona, Nail, and the combined forces of the 7th and 14th Legions. They would once again create the grand companies of old to fight on behalf of their people and unite to take on this threat. But this enemy would seem insurmountable until a gift was given to the Eorzean Alliance from an unexpected source. An Imperial airship making its way to Mordona would be shot down, and with it, critical information on board about Nail's plans, his defenses, and more. After its recovery, Cid realizes it was Gaius who shot down the ship and allowed the information to fall into your hands. And with that, the Alliance launched the attack on the Imperial stronghold, where you once again meet Nail, who is now completely out of his mind. The Imperial general seemingly referring to the moon as a god, a divine being that he will bring into this world, he the manifestation of its will. His plan was never to use Dalamud as a weapon for the Empire, but to bring about its return to the world, and he was willing to sacrifice himself to do it. He is, at this point, completely lost. The man even does the crazy RPG bad guy walk through fire. Using his new powers, he raised a long-buried Allagan ruin to the heavens, where he begins to pull the moon towards the surface. But he does so without the support of the Empire or technology, to the marvel of his men. He has done something that should be impossible. And as soldiers from the Grand Companies gather below, the White Raven unleashes fire from the sky upon them. A way to the island must be found, and once again, we turn to Sid. Sid, who has put a lot of the blame for this whole thing on himself and his family's association with the Meteor Project, offers to take you, the adventurer who has somehow made it this far, to the floating island to confront Nail. But when you arrive, you find someone entirely different. Dalamud has been slowly warping the mind of the Imperial for years, enthralling him. Whatever he once was, he is no longer. Madness has consumed him, and in the battle that ensues, the White Raven, now empowered by ancient magics, reaches for the heavens to finish the deed before being struck down. And while the forces of Eorzea celebrate their victory in Gridania, Nail's purpose had been fulfilled. The Red Moon still descended. Yet, as if a sign that hope still remained, symbols of the 12 began to appear all around Eorzea. Louisoix, realizing this could be a sign from the gods, encouraged the people of the realm to seek them out and pray at them. But it was, in fact, he who had secretly carved them into the stones. They were to be like spiritual anchors for the ritual that could potentially save the realm from the falling astral body. But it's just a little easier to say, the gods can help us, rather than, this is a last-ditch effort and I need everyone involved. And it was there, at one of the symbols, that Gaius would make his last appearance. He had seen the madness of Nail, and although he sought the conquest of Eorzea, he was no monster, he was not like that man. So he had worked against him secretly, and now would be pulling the 14th Legion back to Alamigo. But the 7th, they were completely lost to the cult of Nail Van Darnus and had chosen to remain to see their commander's dream come true. Gaius bids you to stop Dalamud, save Eorzea, and maybe if you succeed, the two of you would meet again someday. And so the Eorzean Alliance and adventurers from all over the realm would march to the Cargino Flats of Mordona, Dalamud rapidly approaching to buy Louisoix time to perform his ritual and save the world. But none knew of the terror trapped inside Dalamud for thousands of years, wanting to be free. And that is how Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 ends, and A Realm Reborn begins. I'm sure there will be a lot of people that say, but what about this storyline or that storyline, Jesse? I made the executive decision that while it would have been cool to bring up some of the smaller characters and plot points, the vast majority are just reintroduced in A Realm Reborn. And the Final Fantasy XIV team does a really great job of acknowledging that most people didn't play 1.0, and at this point, no one can. So while yes, there is an Alchemist quest chain that calls back to the Gubu Rampage at the start of 1.0, or a certain gentleman who takes on the moon, then makes his return. If you really want to find out those stories, go check out the many, many amazing resources out there for a deep dive. But that is it for me. Until next time, when we tackle 2.0, A Realm Reborn. Thanks for watching.
Cool. I do agree that the necessity of that video, specifically in regard to Louis Soir, because he's such a big deal in hindsight, but I had really no idea why he was cool other than he's the one who sacrificed himself at the end and like was in charge, quote unquote. Marking everything so that he could trick people into spirit bombing. Pretty Giga Chad. Anything I want? Nope. Alright. Alright. Guess I can turn this back up to something. Oh. Introducing the bro to the chieftain. Chief Sonu, may Zephyr winds blow always at your back. I, Linu Vanu, son of the Chief Unu, greet you warmly. Ah, Linu Vanu looks much like his father. Your tribe faces many adversities, but that you are safe gives them hope. Sonu believes that Linu leads Akagundunaki to greatness. Seems the Vundu spare Akazundu. No building bears the scars of their wrath. Linu hears Akzundu buys this peace with offerings. Linu supposes that is proper path for tribe lacking the strength or courage to face their enemies. Linu Vanu oversteps his bounds. He dares to insult our tribe. Sanu Vanu, let Linu speak. The Gundu stand against the Vundu, and they take everything from his tribe, even turning friends against one another. The Zundu choose a different path, and Linu is free to think as he likes about our choices. True warriors fight for their freedom and for their tribe. Only cowards give gifts to appease their enemies. I mean, you were a prisoner, but whatever. Watch your words, Linu Vanu. Brother, you embarrass us. Gundu Naki is gift from Zundu tribe. Without Zundu generosity, Gundu remain homeless, wandering cloud sea like Sanu a hatchling, looking for mother. Brother brings shame to insult our benefactors. Sister scolds Linu Vanu. She becomes bolder with the passing of moons. But perhaps she is right. Sonu Vanu, please forgive Linu Vanu's rudeness. Linu Vanu, Sanu understands reasons for doubt. Now, let us move forward and build further upon the friendship our two tribes share. Surely Chief Sanu knows that Vundu discovery of Akgundu Naki is but a matter of time. When dark clouds bring Vundu to inquire about Zundu's role in their protection, what then does Chief Sanu do? When the storm comes, Sanu Vanu trusts judgment of tribe to weather all safely through it. Oh wait. I'm assuming it wants me to do vault next. But let's see. Fluffy, with brother's arrival, Akakundu Naki has chief at last. Burden of responsibility lifts from Linu Valley's shoulders. However, although Linu wants nothing more than to polish her beak and talon, make feather arrangements, and practice her sundrop dance, there is still unease in the village. Brother's dislike for the Zundu is plain, and it does not bode well for the future of our two tribes. Others in Akgundu Naki share his distaste. Some say that the Zundu are weaklings for not opposing the Vundu openly. Lino understands their misgivings, but they must look beyond that. If the Zundu do not buy freedom with tributes, then the Vundu conquer them as well. They would hold all islands in their talons, and all would answer to their rule. Lino must make the others understand this. The Zundu and Gundu must work together for the benefit of both our tribes. Lino Valley has a plan to bring tribes together in friendship. She has plans for Fluffy's role too. Speak with Linu Valley again when time comes. Netherling, Linu hears strange whispers about nestlings of Oxundu. I don't actually care. Bum, bum, bum. Death Claw. Oh. Jump turned into something else. Interesting. Guess that means I don't need this button here. Even more down. Nope. Just kidding. What am I doing here? Gunda. Survey location. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello? Oh, why that was so hard for me to spot. Bum, bum, bum. Jellicle cats, jellicle cats, jellicle cats. Don't think it's important. Oh, there we go. Yes. Mew mew par. Mew mew purr. Sit up here. Cats that are also birds is a kind of terrifying thing. Below here. Aha. A clouder of cats. Anything I want now? No? Oh wait. Ooh. Bum bum. prisms. Okay, done here. I guess it would be more efficient if I level up other things while I'm doing lower level content. I don't want to do the thinking of making a new class until I'm ready to just switch. Howdy doody. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Just occurred to me that I have a hard drive dangling by a cord over there. Because my computer doesn't sit on the floor anymore. It's probably not the best way to keep that.
pieces!
Did you now? I leveled up. share. Roomba wants to come say hi. Pray forgive me. While waiting here, my eyes could not help but be drawn to the architecture. Breathtaking, is it not? Back to the matter at hand. How fares the anima weapon? Surely by now it has shown some hint of life. The anima took on a corporal form, then it has quickened. Geralt must hear of this. I'll return to Azizla and relay to him the good news. When you are rested, meet with us there. Where to? Um, um. Silly Roomba. My inventory now. Get where it. Returned. The bloody gods. Maybe now you can stop gibbering like a bleeding op-op. Tell me what happened out there. Guessing things went well? Have you not listened to a word I've said? Puppy believes the anima has achieved cognitive self-awareness, manifesting itself as a corporal form independent of the receptacle you created. Had it up to here with your bleeding cogs and corpses. Speak plain, boy. An experienced battle together with Buffy with the anima has melded with your weapon. More than that, the anima may have taken on a unique physical form. Spoke to you. Remarkable. What did it sound like? And what did it say? Is it a woman or a man? Guess a woman? I don't know. I was already learning how to communicate. Oh, if only my master were here. Hardly wait to see what else she is capable of. And I look forward to going home. Any road, give us the weapon, will ya? I'll bet there's still room for improvement somewhere or other. Wacha. Did I tell you? Better than you. That anima was sleeping before. Sure as hell ain't sleeping now. Never seen a weapon do that in all my years in the trade. An exquisite glow. It's as if the anima could burst forth at any moment. Ta-da! So young. If so young an anima was able to take form of its own volition, imagine what it might become given time. Force that shines bright enough to make the very stars burn with envy. Rongomient. The anima's growth thus far is well beyond what I expected. By absorbing aether during our travels, it has matured enough to take on a form separate from the weapon, and even speak to Fluffy. To grow so quickly would have required a substantial amount of ether. However, the Soul Stone is not without its limits. As it continues to absorb ether and grow, I fear it may not bear the strain of further development. You're telling me after all the work I did, the anima could swell up like a bombard and burst? You better have a plan to fix it, because I sure as hell ain't starting over. Who exactly do you think you are talking to? This is my life's work. Short a time as that may be, of course I have a plan. We can reinforce the Soul Stone and increase its capacity for etheric energies. It should remain stable. I will speak with Rowena and see to collecting what we require. You had me fooled when you were begging and pleading to see those Charlian books before. Good to know your incompetence was only for show. Well, seeing as you have everything under control, if you don't mind, I think I'll run off to some tavern to get deep in your cups. Sadly, you haven't the time nor the coin for it. Not when you have a new weapon to make for our friend Fluffy here. A new weapon? I just finished fixing the one he has now. Why the hell do you need another? Just as we develop and change over time, it is only fitting the anima should as well. Or do you mean to tell me you were always such a gentleman, even as a child? It never ends, does it? Fine. It'll help settle me debt with Rowena. You'll have your bleeding weapon. We're attaching the Soul Stone to a new weapon. We're gonna need materials for conducting either. That's where you come in. I need you to go and fetch me some enchanted rubber, fast-drying carbon coat, fast-acting Alagan catalyst, and divine water. And though alas in Mordona what sells them, Christiana is her name, like as not. You'll find her keeping a corner somewhere at the House of Splendors. They won't come cheap, but you're a resourceful sort. I'm sure you'll think of something. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Revenant Toll. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. There was a matter she wished to discuss. Well met. You'll forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Alligans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the fiend and the goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud. Aye, the icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities, which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself. You have made your case. It is apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of Fluffy is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scions, he did so in the knowledge that he would be required to face and destroy not only the Primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. Okay. I see. It would seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter. Assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus's mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regula von Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. That they would be so reckless, you truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least we have ever been in complete agreement. I'd like you to have this, Warrior of Light. It is an Alagan tombstone, similar to the one we recovered after your victory over Sephiroth. The records contained within describe the goddess at the height of her power, and will enable Aziz Law's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against whom to test your skills. From what I have been able to determine, this formed part of a greater trial intended to test Alag's elite warriors. Quite how it will compare to the challenge presented by the Fiend's tombstone, I cannot say. I suppose there is only one way to be certain. Visit the verification node on Aziz Law and witness firsthand what awaited the champions of Eld. Greetings, Warrior of Light. But one pillar of the warring triad remains, Zerk Van, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I have uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Marasadian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervan's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Aziz Law forthwith and aid the investigations. customer. A customer? You are a customer, aren't you? I mean, I realize this isn't a proper stall, but I do have wares to sell. That is, if you're willing to buy them. Have you come to buy my wares? Ether conductive materials. I think I have what you're looking for, but it won't come cheap. Truth be told, I don't get buyers for these items all that often. Now that I have you, my new favorite customer, I'm sure to turn a profit, and then I can build a stall of my very own. But I don't want your gill. No, dealing with gill is much too messy. What with all the counting and sorting and finding a place to... Bartering is much simpler, don't you think? There are a few things I'd be willing to trade for if you're interested. Oh. Okay. King cake. Now I understand what those are for. Do I care to continue hunting them? Probably not so much. Worse, which is why this has stats maybe. I don't know. Bum 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 bum. Buffy, it is good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops. By their standards, do we judge them soldiers of the 6th? Aye. Once more doth Regula von Hydra stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of a log. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome orbs were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. Followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. The Demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought? They shared a common enemy. 'Tis not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those the Alagans had imprisoned. Yes, the cage doors are open, and whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervin's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time that I rejoined them. But you cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. Propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength and stand against our mutual foe? 'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that your sail was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that has come before. What's your sail? Put aside your emotions and use your better judgment, but, of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals and you pursued yours. Such was the result. And mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us, yet I choose to put aside past grievances to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I too am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Arcanius Tola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis his involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Fluffy's decision. For better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mistress Kryal and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. Data processed. Adversary warring triad Sophia. Threat level extreme. Successful applicants will progress to elite squad induction. Families of unsuccessful applicants will receive twice standard death benefits. Before initiating this program, elite squad applicants must agree to extensive physical modding. Bloop, crackle, data corrupted, unable to verify input. Applicant agreement accepted. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating enlistment program. The Empire thanks you for your service. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent applicants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Zervan stirs. Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the aether siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of his sustenance. Then we destroy those devices. Burp. Hold, witness your soldiers. They have turned one against the other. Even half-awake, Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. Three of us then, Fluffy, Unakahai. We rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense. There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We all of us have pledged our lives to. Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike. Zervan is Nakahai. Rar. He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy, yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in his war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varus, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervan. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. The cost of his very life the legateth hath prized open for us a window of opportunity. I suppose he's a cool dude. He's not insane. That's nice. Dead. Had I only been stronger. Enough of that. There will be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervan. Ryle has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regulus's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the Icon. Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryl and Master Unakahai, prithee secure the controls to Zervin's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archonius Tola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. Why isn't it? Oh. Okay. What? Well met, Master Oxen, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known and that all would be welcome to attend, and so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphanal, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Epochal.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Dragon gasp.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Arrow guy's back.
Your bow!
child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells. Damn you, Nidhogg.
Wonder if it's gonna be over in 40
Hells,
seconds.
take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
Nidhogg!
Death to
Nidhogg!
Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
I mean, it does seem like the practical solution. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Till the moment I saw him strike, I still held some hope, small hope that what you had seen in Azizla was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Anix's shrine, to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us, stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Istinian. I said I wished to speak with you after the conference. I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. there are things I must say. Not to the warrior of light, or even my fellow scion, but to you, Fluffy, my friend. But not here, no. But of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. What a random... Can this guy go to Camp Dragonhead? Nope.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try. Lord Orshafon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Thank you, Fluffy. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner. Time after time, I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Forton Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Forton. Yet again, we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear. Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Yida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
But who was watching Thancred?
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Caution, Yida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Master Orkson, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphino wishes a word with you. None of it is good. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Fluffy, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. Fain? I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Azizla, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Yeah, little boy.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion, that the something else I'd sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean...
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
might say, perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance. Or mayhap they have located a stick. That is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Hell. Use me to oppose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Amric. To Fluffy and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Soma Al. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgr at zenith in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Anix's shrine. Seek an advantage in the coming negotiations. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian forelands, then. Yes, let us go there and do bug dailies. Puppetum. a warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, but often. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when men and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for Psalm Al to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Yeah. Folly, thou knowst as well as I how thou blah blah blah. Horace Velger's heart remains unchanged then. A pity, but if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind. Go then, but be warned, the shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Yeah, he really was like wiggling it around in there. Apple strudel. I want an apple strudel. Oh man. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem that our presence at the Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphino. Scout ahead if you wish, Fluffy. We shall join you outside Mogholm. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Ysael yet walked at our side. Kupopo? Is that you, Fluffy? Ah, if it isn't Mog, don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo, after all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Fluffy? How could you mistake me for that overstuffed throne warmer? I'm Moghan, the courageous Moogle who guided you to Zenith, Kupo. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hresvelger. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. The winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. It's good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith, while the winds are in our favor. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Summon me again, mortals.
Great Hresvelger, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hresvelger. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
Parley, thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
But rest that which is writ plain on thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and and thy kind become unto me the harbingers of despair. 'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming. Thou wouldst dare. Blah, 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 blah.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Seest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Ysael, piteous deluded Ysael, the child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragonslayer as well. Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance? The shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee into greater remorse. Thou wishest to rescue the dragoon from his fate along with all the rest. I do begin to see why Ysayle entrusted her hope unto thee. Thy purpose is pure, but so too is my brood brother's wrath, and 'tis that which lendeth him his Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow? I wonder. It would seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hresvelgr spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Victim. It's been a while since I looked at this quest. The Arbiters of Truth. No, it cannot be. Somebody help. Miss Ellie, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead. Seem, haha, remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a Sultan Swarm Squire.
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zurban now.
dumb to slash after you already passed us, but whatever. Live your best life, I guess. Incredible as always, Fluffy. Hopefully that will be the last our world sees of the likes of Zurvan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring triad is complete. An impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of Regula von Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. It is known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. It is common knowledge that Regula's rise to legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys's unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the Warrior of Light's side. What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew of the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Your victory over Zurvan, the warring triad, is finally defeated. I am afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been more hindrance than help, and you and your fellow scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. What's the point of the mask? It's not like I recognize this person. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void. Though Fluffy knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to him before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for aether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's ether in ever greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas my present master who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. 'Twas he who first introduced me to Urianger. It's so nice, that one Asian guy. My mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds, and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Hydaelyn doth teeter on a knife's edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master and act as his instrument on this star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet, I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words, thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unakahai. Thou needst not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regula's loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that, should I ever falter, Fluffy and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed. I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unakahai. You're not alone anymore. Is she flirting with a child? Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies, this is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. Crystal clusters. What the heck is crystal clusters? Isn't ready. Oh. I guess how much under matters also. That's too bad. Man wears the armor of a Sultan Swarm squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces. To think we would find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. While the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. They read it. Is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? What is the meaning of this? Genius, a double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Gaigu, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It's inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper. It's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Bah, what is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? Just as we were about to make a triumphant return. Isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie, Miss Ellie. That shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. Think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Ever loyal associate. We must find Miss Ellie, and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis, I thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. See, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than Hildebrand Mander. Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties. To prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan Swarm, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, till such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here. Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse. But it was a really cute dormouse, you see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us, Fluffy. Let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Makaraka. Water stained. Be wary and be warned. Dun dun dun. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. Ho ho ho, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Fluffymcgee. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you. Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn, and now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend? Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the impostor beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Fluffy. What say you have a few words with each of them, and see if aught seems amiss? Inspector Briarden told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Yeah, what was up with the beheaded sprat? Was that with this quest? Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say. Stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Well, I mean, not anymore. This one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. questioned the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist that they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up. The fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briarden, I should hope you are not doubting me. I am quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Fluffy here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not. They should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Fluffy here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. All the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times, it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Him. I'm a Manderville. Man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Gorthus to Thanalan, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. Perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. You marvelous muttonhead, you. Something the matter? Just because you picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... genius inspector?
Ulong and Keen Inesnesh. Ulong in Alei Waren Inan. Ud Idra. Cease and Slees like K1. Oda. Tan in unsisnat. Swor as finan. Stiska ikin. El en in an. Sedgar initek. Taishi S.E. Isa.
My poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. And had he truly meant us harm, we would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Ow, 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 Kupo. Fluffy, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. You see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. What? When I told you about Fluffy's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Markan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. None at all.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike. Oh gods!
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away.
Alas, is he all in?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Snar'an, Skål, Ses Nitek, Sen'an Igarhan.
I got messed up.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
She kills so many of them.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Still walking. Nal inga. Ale ikinfa kohes doim. Undo kai omon ikin kastaga stajas. Skol hes som. Orsk mig in, eskja in van i her, dolun hikin hern esh. Snåskån inna. His ingar liskol Nusgar akin, sus ulwar. Snalis Ray in. Ja, Wa'il and Stra and In.
Ye. If he gave me his eye, I don't know why he did the fight at all. Just getting himself killed for no reason. I guess so they could blow stuff up with a cool dragon fight, is why he did the fight. Be a reaper. That face does not fit that neck. champion of Eorzea, deigns to appear before me. I've heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories paint you as ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I've no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a reaper, one of many. I'm the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Don't you wear that virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. You'd not be chasing after ghosts either, if that's your worry. Just avoid scent, using some poor sap's body as a vessel to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. Won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? You can't face it as you are, though. Storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in techniques that let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. Don't see many Garleans in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gasps. I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. A void scent to which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then blah blah blah. Whatever. Wriggling maggots. cool looking dragoon. Oops. It's got very molten. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-bum.
Astinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me! Now, while I have the beast subdued! You waste your time! Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Seems silly to send them anywhere together, but whatever. I did it. I threw that eyeball. Didn't even try, like, stabbing it.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
I wonder how much he weighs with that full armor on.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instra rare. An hesnesh. One in nest ik an. Keifta.
Children of man.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelgr did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
The haze of the pain, I swear I sensed. But no, the past is done. We must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget many an epic ballad. Fluffy, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories, though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. Not only for your own sake, had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Fluffy, Master Alphaman, my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Fluffy and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. Speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier Captain. I am told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emeric is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Fluff. 'Twould seem that we are awaited at Forton Manor.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
That is distinctly not a salute. Also,
while
the
we're on
little
subject
child
of
servant
valiant
it was
deeds,
fighting
I
is
believe
very
I
funny.
myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts.
Is that
In
different?
which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
I'm ready to take a nap. What do you mean? Fluffy, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino. Ah, he came to relieve me in my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Sidney's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hresvelgir's trial and all that followed. Stinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Oh, I can dress up like the dude. Hell yeah. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. and in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Okay. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell them I'm on my way. Dum, ba-ba-dum, bum, bum. Quickly, Fluffy, we must go to him. Oh man. After all that, now it's gonna take a long time? I'm gonna get a snack.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard, as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fibre of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea, endlessly, its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. "'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honoured guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Gazing out at the sea of clouds, in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way toward the city, on Dragonback. Welcome home, Fluffy. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? What strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? But these questions are for me to answer. It's not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Justinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend in your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Fluffy, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphino. Alright, I'm still too low. Spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Thank you, Blanhairs. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then. Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way. Him again. 'Tis of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. Bum, bum, bum. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, a shadow stirs. Floor the horde. Ha 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 ha. 'Cause the wow. That's a thing. Oh wait. Master Orkson, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event, Sir Aymeric de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invites Master Orkson to dine with him at his estate. He seemed surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? You would ask me? Well, I am sure that as a personal friend of Sir Aymeric, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Emmanuel has been heard to say. Him. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Borel shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. Greetings and well met. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Borel, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. Ahem, my lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I get dinner. Wow. Now I really made it.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn. I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Forgot. What a weird little ASMR experience we're having.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey. Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled,
What will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer. The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Surely they won't let her. Sigh. Yes, I know. You must trust in Captain Whitecape. An assurance. Did they not bring Istinian back from the very brink of death? I'm uncomfortably reminded how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? So the Warriors of Darkness and the Aspians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, so they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lothath Nass, when they were confronting Ravana gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There's much and more I do not understand, but I know this, a primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Fluffy, will you accompany me to Zelfatol? Help me stop the Ixal's ritual. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. I have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Korthan lands to a point. The summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. We shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Amric, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelfatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. You should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress LSA regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. The beheaded sprat doesn't really say much. Hour and a half later. charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. That's funny. Things to get rid of glamours. Seven Hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briarden, once again you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I might wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. You quite all right? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sildian aristocracy. Amused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers. All while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing, and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the stories say that it was Sildir that turned their own men into zombies. Histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. History of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. Is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. Ah, ha 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 ha. Just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The the sole means by which the vault may be opened by assembling 4 secret relics from Beladia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildi, before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No wait, you'll be dead. Ah ha ha ha. Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. He's a zombie again. Hildebrand. You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Mandeville, I can't even trust your sorry arse to look after him for a day. I knew it, that presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Am I to understand that you are Hildebrand's mother? Alright, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Fluffy. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Do ye popo toes for brains? Do ye have popo toes for brains? You overstuffed buffoon. My beloved boy's been turned into a zombie. You, Fluffy, or something. Was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-arsed husband here. Look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Singot at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry, once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that smarts. Egad, Hildy, you're looking none too hardy yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Fluffy here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, my lady, Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Soon got sundries, was it? Come now, Fluffy. There's work to be done. Alright. Well... I think I'm gonna call it for now. Perhaps I will be back later. But in the meantime... I'll see you later, Laugh.